There we go. Okay. Took a minute. A lot of stuff got needed to be reset on the OBS, so I figured might as well I just start it while I was fixing stuff. I think I don't know if, as usual, I don't know if the audio is too high, so I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Uh, there we go. I'm gonna actually listen to myself for a second so I can tell what's going on here. I think OBS probably had an update or something. I don't know, but just about everything got reset. Um, so let's get out of this. Hopefully the changes stick. Interesting. I can't tell. There we go. Okay. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. All right. Could be a bit better. Let's go back to there and testing, testing, testing. All right. That sounds better. Um, let's pause that. There we go. All right. That was an unexpected series of issues, but they've been pretty much resolved. Let's uh, back here. Okay, there we go. All right. So, what is this? This is we need to test something in OBS also. See what it's doing here. Is it only going to show that one? Yep, it does. Okay. So I'm going to be starting this. So before I was doing a tutorial for my, I guess you could call it sort of an coworker, I guess. I feel like that might be more accurate. But so this person is interested in doing game development, and so my rule of thumb is once you've put one project out and you've made money on it, you're a game developer regardless of how much money you've made on it. Doesn't make a difference. You know how to finish a game, right? And so that's important to like get into your heart of hearts because you have a lot along the way in solo game development, especially. You'll have a lot of people who they don't know who you are, and so they're not very shy. And these aren't even customers; these are just maybe other developers and stuff like that. So it's very important for to me to get any person who says that they're interested in game development to that finish line or show them how to do that. That way they don't get disheartened when they bump into those people who seem to find joy in disheartening people. It's one of those weird things about people. Uh, so, and it's also part of why I do these streams is uh, really it just shows even people who might appear to know what they're doing struggle to figure things out. Like my 99% of my own problems are my own creation when I code. So It's good just to, I guess, see somebody else fuddle their way through it. Like I just did some stupid things. So I don't even want to get into it. But basically, this is a brand new project, what you're looking at now. So this is going to be a um, idols clicker slash other stuff kind of game, right? Um, and the main purpose behind it is, or the main target platform is supposed to be cell phone. As I'm thinking it out, I'm like, why limit it to just cell phone? You could definitely uh, go along with um, putting together something for PC as well. Um, and I want it to be like, so before I even start making this, like I do different things, right? So first off is that I'm building back into Unity again, and the part of what helped a lot, nothing is ever lost. Hopefully, so part of the things that I gained while developing in Godot and GDScript was GDScript really gave me I think a stronger platform to um, ex- extend my conception of programming. And Godot overall was a very good learning tool for development. I think, however, just based on my previous experiences with Unity, Unity is the game engine you probably want to use if you're trying to go to production. You can still do it with Godot. It's just that, so like you saw, like the project that I had worked on previously was it took me 9 months really and two different iterations because I was just screwing. I did not understand Godot's architecture, and I was approaching it like I was approaching a Unity architecture. Um, and that ended up making it take 9 months to get to what took me in Unity almost 2 months to get to, right? And if you look at that, that's huge. That's like a close to 400% increase in how much time it took, 450% around there, right? So that's not good. And that's not even an issue of that, well, maybe you were just still learning the engine. No, I understood the engine towards maybe the last 4 months, and I still couldn't get over just certain parts of the engine that were non uh, MIA. They should not have existed in the forms that they existed, right? So now I can actually at least walk away from that saying I'm a stronger programmer, stronger developer, and definitely I have two game engines under my belt, which is great for like if I have to go to a third game engine, right? Let's say someone wants my help, or let's say I get picked up for a hire or something, or put my name in, whatever it is. But if it's like an Unreal Engine, it's not that hard to jump over. I've dealt with both an ECS system. I've dealt with a nodal system. Um, and then there's really just Blueprint left, and Blueprint is like this weird uh, amalgamation of nodal and component. So it's shouldn't be too difficult. I appreciate that it's heavy though. So that's kind of why I decided to develop this in Unity, because it's a small project and I didn't want to go through Unreal Engine to really develop it. And Game Maker was far too limiting in scope, in that I want this. So this was originally going to be a 2D game, but if I was going Game Maker, then I would have just been like, okay, it's going to be 2D. But because I developed in Unity halfway through, like my ideas, playing other games, trying to get uh, some concepts down, I realized maybe I want some things to be 3D, right? Like, what if I just want like a map there and the map to be in 3D? And sure enough, that allowed Unity allows for that very quickly. Like I could just transition back to 2D if I wanted to, right? And Godot does the same thing, which is what made Godot really cool. But Godot, yeah, it it's it's just very slow for me in particular to develop in it. Like if I was making smaller games, sure, fine. But for a larger project, like even this is like a mid-sized project, it's not easy to get. Like I just spent 9 months and got to alpha. That's rough. um, okay, so let us get into this. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. Part of why I could get away with just talking a bit at the very beginning of this. Um, because in the tutorial one, I got super lazy, and instead of making this uh, project file first, I just started developing my boilerplate for Unity using my Godot experience. Um, and so we can, I'm actually going to switch this over to that IDE real quick. Is it showing it? Ah, there we go. No, it's not showing it. Okay, sure, fine. It doesn't make a difference. Um, so I'm going to just be dragging, dropping some of the initial stuff into this new project. Right? That's the idea. Um, where is this thing now? So let's actually go to, let's close a bunch of stuff because we have way too many Unity Hub. I guess we don't need that open. Discord I'm gonna close. And yeah, okay, Steam. And that's it, okay. And yeah, that's it. Can close. Alright, okay, there we go. My screen is now only got 2 windows open, which is awesome. Okay. Well, technically 3, OBS. Alright, let's go over here. And this is, what the heck is this? Tutorial info, icons. What the heck? I've never seen URP start with this. Give me a second, let me just, yeah, okay, so this is like the URP stuff, gotcha. Why did they put it in assets? This should be outside of assets, I think. So Unity comes with, they start your project off, it's not just like boom and that's it. They start your project off with some folders. And I'm gonna, in the past I've tried to follow along with this stuff, right? So what I'm gonna do is, I'm looking at how they set this up right here. And I think I'm gonna actually do some, before I even get into any of this, I'm gonna do some stuff. I have a whole bunch of things still. That's one of the beauties of Unity. I have asset. I think it's under package manager. Yeah, there we go. So first we're going to install the, so Unity has some built-in assets that are not part of the initial package. One is called the new input system. Input, there it is. So let's install this. So a new input system. So this is an event-based input system that requires a little bit more boilerplate, but once it's set up, it's nice. All right. It's installing itself. It's probably going to have to restart Unity. Wait one sec. Yes. Yeah, it does have to restart Unity. Yeah, that's the other project I was trying to show, but it is what it is. This is the original project. There's a ton of issues over here. It doesn't matter because that was just me goofing around with stuff. Okay, new input system is completed. Let's do that. Is it only going to show the... Yep, it is. What happens if I do that? Okay, nothing. Weird, I think my mic is now, it needs to be reset. 1 second. Because I'm noticing that it's picking up. Oh boy, we need to, okay. Let's see if that did it. Nope. It's still picking up random sounds. 1 sec. Like even little shuffles and mumbles it's picking up. Okay. Now let's try. Yeah, okay, I think that did. I remember I spent a very long time Okay, let's try. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out like what the gate was. This is instead of noise filter, it's a gating. So I have to do like some type of test. So give me a second. Test. Okay, good. Close. There we go. All right. Let's go back to it. Again, sorry about that. OBS like updates and I just lost a whole bunch of my settings. So bear with me. This is the wrong this is the old project. Well, you get to see where I'm pulling the files from anyway. If it's a design, hold on. So new input system is installed. Give me 1 sec. I think there's one that I need to do that's also going to reset Unity. So give me 1 second. UI. So we're gonna, I don't know. Yeah, we're probably gonna need to install this. Let's update it. There's one that I'm looking for is that it's like a UI enhancer or something like that for Unity. I'm just trying to figure out where it is. Okay. Editor enhancer, maybe? Ah, there it is. Ultimate editor enhancer. Okay. Update it. Okay, this might make my Unity restart again. sure, import. Wait, is there any demos or anything in this script? I don't want any demos. Icons, examples, okay. We don't need that. We can leave the documentation. Install. Okay. Wait, it says it's deprecated? Deprecated for what? If you have to buy version 4, that's... And this is from Infinity Code, I will just abandon Ultimate Editor Enhancer. Because, not gonna lie, the stuff that it has should be based in Unity. It's like built into Godot anyway. Not sure why you need to get an asset for something. This is one of the reasons why I decided to go with other engines. It's that there's just so many different little things that you would expect the engine should just do off the bat, and it doesn't. Let's see what this says. Yeah, I'm not doing that. They want you to spend 70 something odd dollars on... Get the... This is a cash grab. This is... I'm not even touching this with a 10-foot pole. Like, that is crazy. I already spent like 60 something dollars on version 3. Then not even a year later, version 4 for 70? Come on. Like, that is... Well, actually, it's 80 because it's $78, right? That's crazy. That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts. I would rather just develop the game. All I was really looking for was unable to newly imported asset. Yeah, this is all I was looking for. Just this stuff. Right? Because it will color the folders for me. And it'll always color scripts like this and things like that. That's what I was looking for. But if this thing is going to say that it's no longer supported, like if this thing doesn't allow me, just check. Unable to import asset. Local store. Creating an asset. Unable to import. So it says that it can't, and I think it created the asset, so it's just clear. Let's just run it and see what happens. Okay, it doesn't crash. Want to restart? Okay. It's not crashing. Alright. Let's try, and there's, I think that was it. I think that was that and that. I think those are the two things that I wanted to install. Alright. So now, the next thing is we want to install, or rather we want to set up the folder. So let me actually close this so that way OBS will display the correct Unity. There we go. Alright. And now I have to reopen it because OBS. OBS be doing OBS things. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, tutorial 2D. Exhaustion. OBS. Ignore. Okay, so we're gonna have to make a new folder. Oh, guess not. One sec. Okay, minimize. And we're going to name this folder game scripts. Or, yeah, I guess we can just call it scripts. Because all of the scripts of the game are going to be in here. Well, not all. So I'm going with a composition architecture based on something like what you see here. Where is it? Over here, right? And so inside of this, we're going to have folder. And this is going to be where our resources are kept. So Unity has this as a built-in folder that it looks for. Anything that I put inside of this will be loaded when we do the build. So if you're building your game and you put stuff inside of resources, this is stuff that's going to be loaded when you actually build the game out. Or even when you just do click play. So if you notice that your play time is getting longer and you have one of these, you might want to just like get rid of it altogether, because it does actually slow things down depending on how huge they start to build up. Generally, I use these for storing scriptable objects. And then we can go here, and we're going to go with scripts. Okay, there. Game. What should we name that? Game. Yeah, we can just call it project files. Okay. So now, the idea behind script here is anything that would go into the resources, I'll probably have a script that's paired with it over here. Right? That's project. Let's actually name this project data. Makes sense. More sense than files. Okay. So then we could introduce another folder. We can call this system. And we have here, we can call this scripts. Okay. So now anything that is an object in my game will have its script in here. So this will be the place that like state machines go and so on. These things don't have prefabs that they're really associated with like directly. They're just behaviors that can be put on something else, right? Okay, so let's actually start with just importing that over. So we're gonna go to these game systems, save manager, that manager. Okay. I don't know if I could do this, but let's see if I can paste it that way. Can we? Nope, we can't. Okay. So we have to actually open it in Explorer. Okay, do we have anything? Okay, here we go. So we're just going to grab all of these, copy. Right, actually let's just grab the whole folder. And then just delete the stuff that doesn't matter for our property project. Does it allow me to paste? Nope. Okay, so I have to drag and drop, I guess. Okay, there we go. So now let's just delete the stuff that doesn't matter. Actually, let's do it this way. The state machine stuff goes inside the state machine. What is this? Game states? Anything that's artlib is going to go there. It's going to be saved. I'm not sure what game states is anymore. Let's open it. Yeah. So what is this doing? Public game states. Retrieve the state by name. Get state. Is state. Ah. I think this is one type of state machine I was trying to make, and I must have stopped. I think. Oh, I see what this is. Okay. This is a persistent state machine. This is for, like, tracking your save information. Like, if you do certain things, we can check here if what you're doing is invalid, if it started already, stopped, or it was canceled. Right, so, like, you know, let's say you cleared up to a certain percentage of the game. This is how you track it. So yeah, we need to keep this. I'm not sure what we would categorize this under. Not a state machine, per se. Persistent data. Persistent systems. Okay, so we already have this one categorized, so we can just take this out and put this over here, I think. That should be good. What's this? So this needs to be broken apart a little bit, but for now, we can just take it out. obviously inventory can just be taken out. What is it? Tools. Yeah, this is definitely taken out. Okay. So we don't need this. We don't need this. This. But damage modifiers. Yeah, we don't need those. Do we? I think modifier already has these definitions. We just need. This is just extending modifier. Pretty sure. And I like this camera follow, but it was all just really part of the tutorial for helping someone else. We can delete all of these. Pretty sure. Wait, value modifier, what's this? Ah, no, okay. Alright, let's delete that. Okay, what's the problem? It's saying argument 1 cannot convert object to Unity component. Okay. All right, let's. Looks like we're getting there. Somewhat. Let me just make sure OBS is properly, because that might have been lost too. Nope, it's handling that part properly, like a champ. Okay, so let's look at our architecture real quick. We have plugins. That's, yeah, sure. This just has me all types of messed up right now. That's a thing. I mean, I'm happy that it's still working, but I don't know what the long-term ramifications of that are going to be on the engine. Right? Because as far as I know, this engine hasn't changed since last year. So I don't know if the moment that I do an update on this, if it's going to have issues. Like, I think this is actually still the newest version since last year. I don't know. I don't recall installing a new version. But it could have been, I could have done that earlier this year, or maybe it does it automatically. I don't know. Alright, so this is the file. Generally I don't name this project data though, like I would name it idle Magnate. Cancel. Alright, we'll just leave it like that. It's fine. You're pushing. You're copying. Make sure. Oh, this might be what I'm talking about. Like, can I rename anything here? Let me see. Okay. Unity Engine GUI process event. Sure, whatever. Okay. So let's clear this out. On the docket today, is supposed to be. We already took care of the first part. Well, actually, hold on. Let's. Yeah, no, it's not giving me problems here. So the next thing to hit would be need to try to remember. There we go. You need to try to remember how UIs work in Unity. Let's go to scene. Let's try to put a UI over this, because most of this game is going to be UI, right? So this is the way I'm imagining it. You have basically like buildings and so on, and you'll just have like your little view of like this one building right here that you own, or this lot that you own. A street, car, or whatever road will go over here, and you can basically level up your building that way. And it's basically the UI is going to be over here, and then you have like a button at some place, I don't know, and you just smash that button to increase certain outcomes, right, in your favor. You can then micromanage out stuff a bit. I'm not sure if I want to go with tech tree. I don't think I'm going to go with tech tree. I think we're going to go with research. And so I think the first thing that I'm going to want to do is we want to start at the very bottom level, because if we start at the top, we're going to have problems. So the goal of this is to build an economic system, but we're going to start all the way at the very, very, very bottom of that economic system, which is the items themselves, the items, products, and the raw materials, right? And then from there, we're going to go from raw material up to the finished product. Then we're going to create some links with what raw materials and how much of them are used to make a product. And then we're going to go and then have jobs, right? And these jobs are going to have what products they tend to make, right? The best, not so good, poorly. And I'm not going to go into like hyper specifics of you need a blacksmith to smoke. It'll be something like you need an industrial worker, like that. All right. So if they have like the trait blacksmith, though, on top of being an industrial worker, then they might get bonuses for dealing with raw materials related to smithing, things like that, right? So that's my approach to it. Okay, so the goal of today is to get up to the employee level, but we're going to start with items. So I cheated a bit, and I imported this thing right here. Where is it? Game. Let's make sure all of these are actually inventory, persistent items, persistent systems rather, tools. Okay, so yeah, we imported the game data file, right? And this is what's called a run. I forget the name of it. Basically, it builds out my project's database for me. It's kind of doing what Resource does, but the exception is that it's doing it at runtime. So Resource will do this at build time. This will handle runtime. So I usually do not use resources whenever I make something else like this, because now what this allows me to do is get only the stuff that I need from memory instead of doing it over here and loading everything that's in there, right? There's ups and downs to either one. Usually I pick one or the other, but in this case I'm going to goof around with resources also. 'Cause I don't think this game is gonna get that big that I need to do all of that. Take all of that into consideration. So this is just to take a look at this internally real quick. Basically this will create, or I can use this to create a scriptable object. And this scriptable object will then have, where is it? I think it's down here. I don't know. It will create a button for itself in the top. Oh, here it is. Is this it? No. So we actually need to change this. You know what? You know what? Let's do it this way. Okay, there we go. So now this should allow us to push this to the editor. So now we're going to go over here and we're going to go with let's make a folder. Actually, I'm going to test this out because I want to see if this thing breaks game data. And let's one sec. Asset tutorial game data asset. Okay, gotcha. So basically, it wants to know where this is, but it doesn't show over here. Huh? I thought that it would show. We made it a public field, right? Yeah, public string. Why doesn't it show? There should be a property here for its location. Serialized scriptable object. Hold on. Is it because of this? If I do serialized field. Sorry. Lack of sleep. I mean, technically it should show without me doing that. Because it's public. Huh, weird. But the dictionary shows. Whatever. Okay. Problem is that if this ever changes, we're going to have problems. I mean, it's just a matter of coming back here and changing it, but still, it's a rule. I think there's a file called definitions. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it loses its purpose if I can't edit it in the inspector. So might as well just store it somewhere else, where everything, all of my other constants will likely be. Okay, what else? So yeah, basically now the way that this works is pretty simple. I shouldn't say simple. It took me a minute to set it up, but it is what it is. I did it all in a day. Basically, we are going to check through the project we're going to check through the project for this. And if we find it, iGame data, if we find stuff with iGame data, we add them to this dictionary. Well, technically, we add them to this. And then at runtime, we add those to this as we need them. Alright, so these are just pointers to the raw data, which is pretty cool. Okay. Oh, right, and it will also generate a script for us to be able to get that information really quick. So now let's make some game data, right? So folder, game data objects, and let's go folder, and we can go items. Folder raw materials. I think we need to get rid of spaces. There we go. Raw materials. Production. Okay, then in production we can have, I would say, probably 5 tiers. So folder, tier 1, actually Unity does it with the space, so I guess we can have space. Okay. So now we have some raw materials that we want to make, right? Um, inside of resources. So now we can go to scripts and we can make a script for the items in the game. So we want this to be. Actually, hold on. Let me see. 'Cause now, if I have to, I'm gonna install something else that should help with setting up scriptable objects in the editor. And I swear to you, if it's going to be that, because I spent like $200 on this, I'm hoping that they don't have the same kind of deprecated nonsense that other one. Like I could understand you say deprecated if I spent like $20 or something, but deprecated and it was almost $100 for you last time. You want $100 more? Come on, man. There has to be some magic that's not like it has to make the game for me at that point. Where are you? Packet manager. Cyrenax is what I'm looking for. I think. No. Hmm. Is it with an I? I know it has a Y in there somewhere. Nope. Oh, it's okay. Gotcha. It is with an I. Just wasn't showing up. It's not on my list. Why is it not on my list? QRS. Okay. I think I just saw it. Where is it? No. Oh, I don't see it. No, I don't see it. I'm pretty sure I installed the tween also. If I didn't, I should. Not yet. Not that far. S. Maybe a editor? Okay. Animation editor. Yeah. Where's Cyrenax? Is this thing licensed or something? Oh, there it is. Odin Inspector. Oh, man, I started getting scared. Wait, was it a license? Let's re-download. And we will import. Now, we might have to restart for this. I'm going to keep everything in it because I always forget how to use this thing. Like, I always forget how to use Cyrenax. No joke. And it might restart Unity. So yeah, I was playing some Stellaris, and CK3 and so on, just to get my brain into shifting gears about how to approach these types of things. The classic Age of Empires stuff and things like that. Alright, I think Stellaris is going to have the deepest impact on this game. I think I liked how much control they could have over their own system. So it's really just about building that platform, and then yeah, it looks like it's gonna have to restart Unity. It's just about building out that platform and then letting things run out. And then, you know, I could probably just take the same economic system and then put it into the other game that I was working on. If I can code it well. If not, then it's gonna be whatever it is, right? Okay. Looks like it didn't. Oh, wait, still doing stuff. Okay. And okay, it's still doing stuff. Aha! Alright. Get started. I forgot that they make you do stuff before. It says installed. Odin serializer. Back. Configure. If you're not interested in using Odin serialization system, what the heck? I need to read up on. If you're not interested in Odin serialization system inheriting from classes such as serialized mono behavior. Well, what is serialized mono behavior? Serialization. These are just options. Let me check. Get started. Maybe they tell about it there. Overview. This is actually. There's tutorial section. Serialized. I'm trying to figure out what they really mean by this. Okay, here we go. So, just a top level view. Odin's powerful serialization system will only kick when directly implemented. There, okay, so they have their own serialized behavior, component, mono behavior, network behavior, scriptable object, state machine behavior, and unity object. Interesting. If you cannot inherit from it, then you can. Sure. Okay. What is it supposed to do, though? You're just telling me that you have these. The primary way of using it is by extending, right? Using. Yeah, but why would I use this? I think that's what I'm looking for. Like, I know what serialization does. I'm just trying to figure out how this helps make it better. How does this fit? The first dictionary field will be serialized by Odin because Unity will not serialize it, right? Because the example script in the root. Okay, so I'm going to say there's not showing me like a direct example of calling up the serialization process. But I'm going to say that this is supposed to work in tandem with JSON, right? Or like you can do it that way, and you can serialize entire classes. So until I figure Unity will serialize, not sure. Okay, so I think I get what I mean, I don't know. I'm going to goof around and find out. Yeah, okay. Alright, so this is Odin Inspector. So I installed this because it's just good to have it for when messing with scriptable objects in Unity. It makes the UI a lot easier to develop out in the editor. I mean, there's tons of other reasons to use it. That's just my reason. So let's go into raw materials again, and we have to go back to script. 1 sec. So in here, we're going to create a new, what is this? Cool. You know what, let's actually go here and change these scripts real quick, since we know we're using Odin in this project. Do we need to? Yeah, we do. You know, we can actually test this out. Ooh, what's this? Reload. Okay, we can test this out to see serialized behavior. Nope, nothing. Serialized. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so what does this do? Serialized behavior. Okay. Like, I'm trying to figure out. One sec. What does this do? Serialized behavior. Unity behavior, which serializes by X. Inherits object. Right, but invoke after deserialization. It has 2 functions on it. Okay, sure. Maybe I'm gonna ask AI. Probably that knows. Documentation did not help at all. Okay, here we go. The purpose of serialized behavior is a replacement for Unity's standard mono behavior. No, it's not. It's not. That's wrong. That isn't true, because I think they have serialized mono behavior. We have serialized behavior and serialized mono behavior. Okay, inheritance. This class is specifically designed to replace Unity's mono behavior. It is used when you want to take advantage of flows in serialization while still inheriting from mono behavior, which is the base class of all scripts in Unity that need to be attached to game objects. Use serialized mono behavior when you're working with scripts that need to be attached to game objects and require Unity's lifecycle methods like start, update, right? Okay, so I looked at it. It doesn't inherit mono behavior. I mean, I'm looking at it right here. It inherits behavior, right? And behavior inherits object. Oh, behavior inherits component, and component inherits object. Yeah. Well, this isn't what I'm looking for anyway, because it inherits component. Basically, I was trying to avoid component. If possible. This is no bueno. Yeah, because game states is not a component. Technically, I think we should actually use behavior. You know what? That's what I mean. Like, I gained experience from Godot, and I discovered over time that sometimes it's okay to just blend in on things like that, like behavior. Right? So we can get behavior stuff. And now we can enable, disable, and we get some extra stuff for this. So let's just do this. Serialized behavior. And so now when we add this as a component instead of just making it, which means we can just add it, which is not a bad thing. We'll see. Down the road, we'll see what happens. Right, normally this would just be object, but we're gonna see what happens. Because we don't have this. The difference is this doesn't borrow the life cycle of mono behavior, which is the only real reason to avoid mono behavior for me. On certain code just doesn't need to borrow Unity's life cycles. Yeah, okay, got it. So this is basically like using oh gosh. Oh wow, it's already slipping my brain. Oh, gotcha. The equivalent. Okay, AI is being weird. So effectively, this is like one step up without that. That's the use case for this. So I could still turn it into something that, yeah. Why am I second guessing myself? Just do it. Okay. What is this? Close. Okay. I'm over here second guessing my steps. Just do this. Yeah, let's do it that way. Next we have next we have the item. We need to still make the item. Okay. There it is. Okay. C# script, and this is going to be the. I think we already have it, but game item. I think we already have it. Let me just double check. That's what I was over here looking for. Inventory just has inventory. Is there a game item script? Game data. Okay, so we'll do it here. That's what I was double checking. So we create a script. We can call it game item. Actually, let's call it game item as code. And let's give it a whirl. Yep, see, we already did have something named game item. Alright, let's find that. Alright. Let's delete this one. Okay, it's in-game system. There it is. So let's see what game item is about. It'd probably be something that we can inherit from. So let's make this now serialized. Serialized scriptable object. I'm probably not going to be leveraging all of what this can do. I believe it introduces this, which handles, gotcha. Internally, it's just handling the serialization, gotcha. So technically, this is doing what JSON does already for me. There. But then it also will handle dictionaries, so I can safely use dictionary in the okay, understood. What does it return? That's the question. It's returning if this. It doesn't return anything, does it? No, it just keeps returning a void. I have no clue what this is doing. I have no clue. Okay, all right. So we do know that we have access to Cyrenix now, so we can do stuff like this. There should be like a version of it for Odin Inspector. Hmm. Nope, that's not it. This doesn't work. I don't know why it's saying that that works. Alright, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Maybe the Odin Inspector version of it works that way. But the unique ID is read only. Its identity and gosh, serialize. There we go. I think what's the most expensive a single item can get in the world? Interesting. Because something that's priceless actually does have a price. It's just a matter of if you can find a buyer and a seller. But we'll cap it out at there. Okay. And text area, serialize field. We don't need the current quantity. Thinking. Do these things actually get quantities? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Alright, let's go back. Put them back. We just don't need to expose it. It's not something that we show in the inspector. So basically now we need to check if this inherits scriptable object. Yes, it does. Okay, awesome. Um, ugh. Next we have, so we can set the item value now. And we're gonna set this to being 0. I think this should be a float, I'll be honest. Yeah, okay. Do we use item value anywhere? Okay, just a direct comparison. And that's it. I think that's all we had to refactor for the project, or game item. Okay. So again, this is all boilerplate code that I had done for the previous project. That's basically, it's just code that it's designed to go in just about any other project with very minimal amounts of rework. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to extend game item and make like raw items. So let's actually go back over here and create raw item. Okay. So there's a couple of things that raw items need to know. All right. Well, actually, I don't think they need to know much at all. They need to know, or rather, they don't need to know much that's unique to them. First, let's do this. They need to know their category, right? If they are an industrially produced item, commercially produced item, or I guess residentially produced item. Let's think about that. In normal, in the normal world, in the real world, you have two types of items. You have manufactured and services, right? So the raw item here is probably between manufactured and services. Those are the two types, right? Okay. So we have to think on this. We have different types of resources, right? We have human resources. Um, we have intellectual resources, which is an interesting one. Service commodities, which is one of the ones that was just at the top. Manufactured commodities, and then raw materials. So instead of naming this raw item, let's actually come out of this. Let's delete this. Don't save. And we're going to rename this or delete this. What just happened? I don't know. Unity just crashed, I guess. Unity just decided that it wanted to hiccup. Alright, it's back open. That was weird. So let's do commodities, or base commodities, or raw. No. Yeah, commodities. Let's look at this again. We have raw materials, manufactured. So let's think of this along the lines of just raw, manufactured, service, intellectual, and human. So we could probably just make yeah, let's do it that way. So let's make a folder. Commodities. So first we need to make base commodity. And then we need to make raw. Does this have the console open? There we go. Manufactured. Service. Intellectual. And finally, what's the last one? Intellectual, and I can't remember. I can't remember what the last one was. We had services, manufactured. Oh, right, human. I like where this is going already. Okay. So we have two approaches to this. We can make these different categories with type, but I don't think we want to do that because we want to have the human have logic that belongs to it alone, right? And I'm not smart enough to really play that whole game out to see what overlap there is. So we're just going to develop that overlap as we go along. Or these can be just commodities, and employees can be their own separate things. Okay, base commodity. This is going to inherit game item. Okay. The very first thing is, does game item have an icon? Nope. Should it? Yep. Public texture 2D. Sure. I remember that much. Alright, let's try to make a game item and see what it looks like. Or rather, actually, hold on. Let's go with raw first. Try to make a raw item. Oh, cool. Doesn't have it. That's exactly how it should be. Go back. Okay. So we need to do a create asset menu. I haven't done this a little bit. Properties. I wrote it somewhere else. Let me see how I did it. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay, now let's see what this looks like in actual. So some folks are actually asking about domain load and stuff like that. I don't really run play mode, so like I don't really have to wait that often for this to compile. Right? Like if I was going to go back and forth between what I was just doing in play mode, then yeah, it would take forever. But usually I'm just like alt tabbing between these two and it's pretty quick. Resources. So raw materials. And then we go here, create searchable objects, commodity, raw commodity. New raw commodity. I remember this. Every time that you install it brand new, it gives you this. I know what I'm about, son. Words of caution, however, caveat. Yeah, I know what I'm about, son. Alright. Okay, so let's see how this is set up in Unity. I think this needs to be using C. Yeah, okay. Does it let me expand it? No, okay. This is the base Unity version. We need to actually change that to the Cyrenax version. And we also want to change this over. I haven't done this in a very long time. This works perfectly fine, so I can just, oh wow, what is this? Item value. I don't know what the heck. I don't know what this, it's supposed to be from 0 to 9,999 something, but it goes to infinity. Maybe the number was too big? It did lock this, which is nice, and it locked this. So this is good. Right? This is going to be populated onto it automatically once we go up to, I think it's over in assets, and we go register all game data. Yeah, okay, so it's there. I just checked it. It's there. We haven't given it a name. Let's give it sample raw. Okay, and then let's try doing this. See if it works or if it's broken, which it probably is. And recompile. Okay, yeah, and then it gets its new entity automatically. It doesn't get a UID from us. This UID happens, so the way I design it is that the UID is populated once we actually make the item. So once we call create on it, it will immediately give itself a unique ID. If we create an instance of it. If we're just referencing the item from memory, then we don't care. We don't need a unique ID for that. But this is problematic. So let's take a look. Game item. I think Cyrenax has a solution to that also. So let's just grab that, I guess. Yeah, this might be too large of a number. Just check before we start doing silly things. Hey, there we go. Yeah, it was just too large of a number. Okay. All right. So now the next thing that we want to do is we want to put the texture to be displayed here. So we actually have a bunch of textures. I don't know where these are coming from. I guess they're in my project somewhere. I don't know. I guess let's use this. Probably it's one of the project files. Okay, so the goal is, oh wow, it's already, I don't know if that's a Cyrenax thing or if it's, oop, what just happened? Ah. Gosh, Unity. There you go. There we go. Okay, yeah, so it's automatically displaying like a smaller version of it here, so I might not even need to do that. The goal was to make it so that way it would display it, but Looks like they changed it. Either Cyrenix updated or they changed it in Unity. Okay. The only other thing that we want to change is the item description, which, where is it? Text area. Hmm. Yes, AI has been proving itself very useless. Okay. Okay, text area. Text area attribute drawer. That's not what we're looking for. I could have sworn there was... like a text box kind of thing or something like that. That's not really a box, right? Maybe it's text area again, like the other one was read-only again. Text area. No, that's text area attribute built in Unity engine. No, that's the... There we go. That's what it was. Multi-line property. Thank you. Okay, now let's go back and check this out. If anything, this video should be a good tutorial for Code Inspector. There we go. So I'm not very happy with this because it's cutting off this. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna take that back. AI is kicking butt right now. It's like it's... Okay, I take that back. It is not kicking back. Attribute min-max hider cannot be the item value base type. Okay. It doesn't take float. Oh, this is for vector 2. Uses vector 2. Okay, gotcha. Let's see if we can figure it out. Is that a thing? It might have been just me messing things up. Give me a sec. Oops. There you go. Okay, now let's try it. This is just the Unity way, but maybe that'll fix the whole thing with this area. Nope, it didn't. Alright, let's check documentation. There we go. Range attribute. Is that it? I didn't see it pop up when I typed range before, right? Range attribute. Property range. Creates a slider control. 0 to 99. Let's try that. F. There we go. Is it capturing the whole number or is it just part of it? Okay, it's a whole number. Wait, maybe that number is too small. It's already at infinity. Okay, that's just a Unity thing. But yeah, it's not actually... but there's more properties to this. Let's find out. That's annoying. Alright, so it turns out that the maximum that we can get to is 999,000 without this bugging out. Once you go to 1 million, Unity can't handle that anymore. Huh. There might be. It could be that I'm just not seeing something. So if that's the case, we could just stick with range. Properties. Weird. Okay. It was giving me different tooltips, saying that it could take an extra overload. Okay. All right. So I think we found out what the maximum that we can put in is. Okay. So it's fine. I don't think we'll ever be able to get up to that height anyway. That's not the intent. What else? Texture. I think it's fine. Yeah, this is fine. Let me just go back. It's all about feeling at this point. Like, I feel like I want to have a bigger text box. But that doesn't mean I need to. Do I gain anything from that? You gain this. Alright, we'll just leave it. Leave well enough alone. We don't need to go crazy. Okay. So, raw item. What does it provide? We know that it's a raw commodity. We just need to know. Oh, hello, Oreo. Thanks. We know that it's a raw commodity, but I'm thinking, man, I think I'm overthinking it. So we know that it's a raw commodity. Let me take a look at what this thing said about raw commodities. We have 3 types of raw commodities: agricultural, minerals, and energy. So we can probably create a commodity type or subtype. So and we can say what were the 3? Agricultural, minerals, and energy. Okay, and so these are going to be, so this is an enum. There's tons of stuff talking about it, but they're really good for most games. So the way that I'm going to access that enum is kind of like, in this case, it's just going to be, actually, no, this is going to be, yeah, no, let's do it this way. Private, okay, and we will then go public. This is just typical stuff for me. Undo. Pipe. Are you serious? I don't remember this being an issue. Yeah. So this has to be public? Or is it because this is private? There we go. I'm like, I do not remember that being an issue. Private. And there we go. Okay. I forget more stuff than I've ever learned. So we now have the type of commodity that we putting in. These are all basically things that we're going to be thanking ourselves down the road that we took care of. Right? And so I think that this is going to be override. And actually, we're not going to use this. So we can actually take this and this, because all commodities will have their own type, and push this back up into their base commodity. And I guess we can make this just not override. Right? So now we can do stuff like, what this is setting up is like, if we do, like, let's say an employee has a effect on them, and then that effect says increases productivity for each raw commodity of the agricultural type, right? And it increases however much something. We now have those references through this. Actually, you know what? We don't need this. Oh no, we do. Oops, I forgot. Because if I do what I was going to do a getter setter. Actually, let's find out. It's been so long. I don't know if that's still the case. Public. Get private. private set. Okay, this should not display in the inspector. That's the concern. Yeah, it doesn't display. Well, it might not be displaying for different reasons. Give me a second. Oh, what's this? What is this? The type namespace commodity tab could not be found. We're missing the. Okay, yeah. Forgot to save that. There we go. Okay, yeah. Texture. I don't think. Hold on. We have to do this in Unity also. Almost forgot. Serialize. Here. Oh, serializable. There we go. Okay. See if it shows up now. I'm just looking for something over here. And thank you very much, Oreo. Yeah, it doesn't show up. Okay. I mean, it's not hard to get it to show up. I was just trying to see if I could be lazy. I guess not. Okay. So let's go back over to script. Commodities. This is exactly what I was thinking I was going to have to do, but then I was like, oh, I could use it, you know. Commodity types. Okay. So now this should show up in the inspector. Because it's its own script. It did not. All right. So, yeah. If I get rid of this altogether here, it should show up now. Yep, there it is. So, yep, you can't do getter setter. Sucks. We don't need to serialize this field. Do we? Yeah, we do. Private. Okay, and then we have this as its getter, effectively. Okay, and so we don't have any commodity types, but yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, so once you use a getter setter on anything in this, it doesn't, you can't put it on the inspector anymore, which is something Godot could do, which is I like doing that in Godot. Okay. Like, the way that this is done in Unity is after you put something in, you're supposed to have something here that goes like unserialized, if I remember correctly. Or serial. It's supposed to be a unserialized. On destroy on equal. Oh, you have a ton on everything serialized. There it is. No. You know what? Let's do it this way. Public. Oh, that's why. Oops. Oh no, we were doing it right. Public unserialized. Oh, unvalidate. Oops. There we go. Couldn't remember. So you're supposed to do like onValidate, you're supposed to listen. Basically, anytime that one of these properties change, you just handle it here. That's what it's basically here for. Gotta remember that. I had serialization stuck in my head from the other stuff. So we have the commodity types. So we just need to ensure that onValidate, that the type matches the type that we're going to put in here. And by doing this way, we okay, yeah. By doing it that way, we eliminate the need for stereo. The need for enums, but we've created another need, which is some way to make sure that we're putting in the correct types. Right? And so the easiest way to do that is to lock out the type. The easiest way to do that is to lock out the types. It says OBS. It says connection is excellent. Whatever. OBS is okay, we got you. So we just need to create a folder. This is all project architecture again. This is all just setting up what the rest of the project is going to be built out from. So this is going to be, oops, not here. Here. Let's actually go back into commodities. Oh, wait. Actually, I think I could have sworn we did this somewhere else. Guess not. Oh, I think we made a bunch of CS files. That's what it was. Raw. Actually, it should be raw types. this should be, um, let's just name it human type. Types. Manufactured types. And what was the last one? We had human, intellectual, manufactured, raw, and service. Okay, there we go. Creating an economy, huh? Yeah. Let's see. So in this case, we're most likely going to be messing with this, and we know that we have 3 raw types that we can do: agricultural, mineral, and energy. So let's actually go back over here real quick. And then we can go to... Wait, what? Oh yeah, okay. Raw. Need to rename this to raw commodity. We just need to take this. Let's go to that script real quick. Commodities. Raw commodities. Okay, there we go. We're gonna change all of these names. Commodity type needs to go someplace else or whatever. Human commodity. Intellectual. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Kubao. Something. Kubauko? Oh, wait. Service. Commodity. I'm making the beginning of a economy style game. Okay, there. So now we have to close this and open it. Has to reload. There we go. Okay, and now we can go back to the type and we can do this. So this method of creating types is more powerful than enums, but comes with its own boilerplate. So there's that. Commodity. Type. Oops, there we go. What do you mean by gaming? Are you playing games? Yeah, let's give it a description. I almost forgot you could do that in Unity. By default, not typing that in makes them private. And I guess we could do this also. Okay, so now the goal of this is to be specific about the different types. All right, and we're going to use a string to do that. And then the rest of it is just going to be names. So we actually don't need this. I don't think we need this here. Let's get rid of that. It's just going to be the type name, actually. Okay. What are you worried about? Hiding was intended. Oh, okay. Can we just do that? Okay. You could do it that way also, but I'd much rather make the call this way. And that's really it for this class. Right, the rest of it is just about extending this now. So let's save. And I guess we could do it all in this class just to save time. So public class. So right now we're worried about the raw ones. So again, the 3 raw ones are agricultural, mineral, and energy. Let's put this here, just so it's out of the way. And we only need these for the names. We don't really need anything else in them. Right, so minerals and energy. Mineral type. Okay. There we go. But now this is pretty cool because we can do stuff like this. Whatever we stored there. Right, later. And we can get all of this stuff from that. You know, might as well we do the rest of them since we're here anyway. Okay. So we have manufactured commodities, which are intermediate goods, capital goods, and consumer goods. And we have financial, professional, and utility services. Alright, we did this already. Okay, there we go. And I think I'm okay with doing it this way. Boom, shakalaka. Okay, done. And intellectual properties. So we have patent, trademarks, and copyrights. Split these up. We're going to have to introduce an intermediary. Finally, we have human resources, which is skilled labor, unskilled labor, and management. Okay, so now we have to introduce some intermediaries on these. It's going to be public. And this is going to... There we go. Okay, so now we can just lock out all the other types on that. Okay, got it. This is all under. Okay, gotcha. I don't think we ever are going to create those like that, but we should. It's a little annoying. Whatever. Yeah, we should. Grr, this is going to be a lot of typing. Or I could have the AI do it, actually. I'll do that in a second. Being as lazy as possible. So, manufacturing type, service type. Okay. All right. I think that's it. In case you're someone was lost in the minutia, basically, let's go back over to raw commodities. Let's go back over to base. So you see how this is here for this one, right? I can now do something like this, and now I can go over to the raw commodity part, do something like this, and then do override. And we can do this as a raw commodity. Was it raw good type? There we go. What is going on here? Okay, you can do that in Godot, but you can't do that here. That's one of the beauties of dynamically typed languages. You can get away with something like this. Well, here you can't. So, what we can do though is we can go like this. There we go. Okay, so now we can go back down to here. Oops. Oh, I see. Okay, so then we have to go back up here and go like this. There we go. That is so weird. You would think that you'd be able to pull that off, but I guess you can only do it with this with class. Well, let's see if we can even do it before I say we can do that. Did we save? Constraint for override implementation. You know what? It's fine. So this is base commodity is abstract. We'll start with that. And then we're going to go, since this should now work in all of the other ones, we're going to go with this. Default. Okay. Do we even need that? I don't think we do. It should know by itself, right? Yeah. Okay. So then when we go back down here, we can just do this and duck type it out. Yeah, I think this is fine, because we only need the name. We don't need anything else. So we go... Oh, I see. I'm confusing two things. Okay. That's runtime stuff. We don't need to worry about that yet. But this is actually perfectly fine like this. What we're thinking about is actually to make something like this public or private. Oops. Okay, there we go. Then we go on validate. And this should be protected. And this should be protected. Okay. So now we just need to go back down. Where is it? Over here. I don't know what's going on there. We don't need that. Validate properties is what we need. There we go. Okay. So now we just need to check if the if the type and with raw commodities, I believe it is raw good type. I think we can do it this way. No. So weird sometimes typing out like this stuff. Okay. There. So now for each one of them, this type of thing has to be there. Right, so basically if we try to put a type in that doesn't match the type that this should have, which is going to be the raw good type, then it's just going to remove it. And let's actually put a little debug here too. Okay, let's go back to this real quick and see what happens. So it should be raw material. Oh darn, we can't, I forget. We can't just instance, we have to actually. Alright, let's get the AI to do it. I really don't want to type all of that out. And actually, we need to make sure that we clarify this for the AI before we do this. This is an abstract class. Nope. Okay, there we go. Awesome. I think it's doing it. I don't know if it's doing it right, but it's doing something. Let's just, you know what? Let's just copy the whole thing. Because it's bugs out if I try to just get that part. Oh, son of a gun. Okay. It's not. There we go. Hilarious. Okay. Now, let's see what happens if I try to create these. I've never seen it work, but you never know. So maybe it does work. So we'll try doing it this way first. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to give each one of these their own CS file. Okay. So, production, raw materials. Create new folder, materials. Go in here, types. Scriptable object. Nice. No script asset attached. Check that the definition is in line with the same name. Okay. I mean, this is all it needs anyway. It doesn't. I'm scared. I am so scared. Oh, hold on. If I try to open it, what happens? Nothing. Yeah, I think I need to give them their own CS file. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Okay, actually back. I was doing some like I was coming back and forth, but decided to make breakfast. Um, it's basically a cup of coffee and banana. So ultimately, what this is going to come back to is there's just going to be these types, and we can have different items that are of these types, right? And the idea is that they're all going to have their own tiers. So tier one, tier two, blah blah blah. And there's going to be tons of different effects and so on that will change based on the type that you have. And I've gone over it, but that's where all of this is going. This is really just like a understanding of how I wanted to go at a tech tree type of situation. Okay, that's it. Um, let's uh, let's now check this thing. Let's make this bigger. Bigger. Oh, we have to remake it. Okay. Why is raw commodity there? I don't know. We'll figure that out in a second. Raw good. Yep, and it stores the. Got it. Okay, awesome. Okay. Um. Oh wow. Back to you. Okay. So that's the I think that's the foundation for the items, the structure for items in a strategy game now. So, or tycoon slash strategy game. So now, um, now that we have that baseline set up, the next step is to implement that properly into the items itself, right? So far, the project structure is looking pretty good, though. I'm enjoying it. Yep, I'm enjoying it. Oh, we did have one small issue though. So which one was it? I think it was commodity. Raw commodity is showing up here on my list. No, I don't know why. But we need to look that up. Okay, gotcha. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I'm gonna keep it this way. No, I think we're gonna do it the other way. Yep, I like it better this way. Okay. Okay, so that one is going to work. We need to test out something that won't work. So let's try making a Irritable object, commodity, a intellectual good, let's say patent, a new patent. Fur, raw materials. Okay, so let's try to apply. There we go. Awesome. And we got our type mismatch. Raw commodity requires raw goods, and then it just kicks it right back out. Awesome. Okay, so we got one small part of the game running, or rather the workflow running. So that's really what this is. This is designing a workflow before I actually start designing the game. But that's it. So we can now I like it. We can now see. Oh, but this is just nuts. This number got crazy fast. Let me see something. 10. Is this a number that we can use? Yes, it is. Okay, so we can just write in. I think this number doesn't need to get this high, I'll be honest. We'll leave it that way for now, but I think I could probably stop at like maybe 10,000 per unit. Unless it's like a car, right? If it's like a car, like the world's most expensive production sports car is like what, 21 million? Right? And then if you're going like a one-off, that's when you start getting into the hundreds of millions. But Unity, the max it'll allow me to get to anyway is 999,000. Before this starts being wonky. And I think like 100 million before it goes into infinity. Okay. Let's just create the rest of the types and then move on. So I think we're gonna actually get rid of materials here and just put them under tiers, right? Like materials. And then like tier 1 materials, tier 2 materials, and then it'll also have the other stuff. So this is temporary. We're gonna actually move this over here a little later. For right now, we just need to create the other things. Let's actually create folders for them. Makes it easier on us down the road. So human. This one can be what is it? Intellectual. This one can be raw, I guess. Service and manufacturing. Okay, awesome. So this goes into raw. This goes into intellectual properties. Let's finish out the rest of the human ones. So there we go. So we have nuts. What are we in? We're in. I forget which one we're in. We're in human. Okay. Commodity. Scope. Yeah. Okay. It was throwing me off because because I was looking at skilled labor, and to me that means other things. It was throwing me off a bit. Unskilled. There we go. Okay. So we probably want to give these names. So let's do that. So the type of this will just be management. Skilled labor is fine. And unskilled labor is fine. Pretty self-explanatory. This one is intellectual. So if we have patent already, we need copyright and trademark. Okay. So copyright. Patents. And trademark. Now the beautiful thing about this is, like, if I ever need to make a change, I can just go to one place instead of multiple places to change all of these. So in that way, I've saved down the road in time. Inheritance, man. Inheritance. Effect. Manufacturing. Capital goods. Intermediary goods. Consumer goods. So this is the stuff that's going to actually appear in the text in the game, like in the UI it'll say X amount of whatever, if this has like consumer goods or whatever. Oh, we already have a description. Now that I think about it, I can just put it here. Let's do that. I forgot we had descriptions already for a lot of these. Let's finish the rest of these before we start plugging in everything else. You can always just go back for them. Which one were we in? I think we're in raw, right? Pretty sure we're in raw. And I think we already have energy type. I think we need agriculture. And we need... Oh no, we have mineral. So we need... energy type. There we go. Energy. Minerals. Okay. And agri is obviously crops and livestock. Energy, oil, natural gas, oil, services. What the heck? They added some new stuff. I don't even know what this is. Signal? What is Signal doing? Oh, whoa. That was weird. I don't know what Signal is doing. The Signal asset. What is this? A Signal asset. Event drawer. Used to tell Signal Handler Inspector to use a special drawer. Huh. I've never used it before. Never saw it before. This is all built in though. Part of the package. Where was I? Where I got distracted. I like just finding new things like that. Sorry if I just went off the reservation for a second. But we're not interested in systems. Where were we? Okay, here we go. Alright, so we are now in services. Utility. Oh shoot, we need to make it integrate that. We'll do it further up. Services, and I think oh come on. I think the last one is financial. Oh, we still have one more. Oh. It's kind of rough to get it because how bloated the right click options are. Professional. There you go. Okay. Services. Raw materials, right? There we go. Let's start with financial. Professional services. And utility services. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's go back up and fill out the description for human resources stuff. We'll start with the skilled trade. Unskilled labor is the general workforce, and the executives and project managers, stuff like that. Managers. Okay. Next is the intellectual guys. So copyright stuff. So this is going to be probably late. I don't think I'm going to even introduce this into the game, I'll be honest. If it is, then it's probably going to be one of the last things. Like, companies want to come to you to sell their copyrights and things like that, and you can turn a profit on that. What am I looking at? Patents. Copyright, trademark, patent. The trademarks is what I'm looking at. Okay, there we go. I think manufacturing was already done. Yeah. Oops. Let's just save all of this. Okay, so this is the baseline for all of the types. We do need to do one more thing though. Over here, so we can close this. Okay. Scriptable object, right. So we need to have this inherit game data. And interface that. And we're actually gonna just go back up the chain to game item, which also implements that. And I think we're going to do this because we never instance a copy of that anyway, so we don't need that. Where the heck did it go? Ah, here it is. Okay. Why is read only? Oh, using Cernex. Movement inspector. Oh, okay. Okay, and then we just need to fill out the rest of this now. So we can do that. Ah, I see. Now I get what was happening. So here's our game data. I think this is it. So we're missing one thing, which is identity. Okay, now this is hooked into our game data system. What the heck? iGame data get custom name is equal to identity. Sure, this is so confusing. This isn't right, is it? I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, yeah, I get it. So identity is what inventory uses, but iGame data also uses it to ensure that when we call it in the inventory, we have something. But we could easily have used get custom name, I think. But it's just in case, like, we want to have a different name here. Like, instead of using this identity, we could use something else without messing up the iGame data stuff. With that said, we could actually just do this. All right, what else? So now we can add those as elements of that, all the types. So we can reference the types directly if we need to. Right? So by that, what I mean is, let's actually just create it real quick so you can see it for yourself. Show, don't tell. Um, so I have a little button here that should come up if it doesn't give me an error. No errors. Awesome. Code that works. Gotta love it. So I could do something like this now. So you see all of these commodities that I've just made? So I could do something like properties. So you see them here, they're listed now. We can go with intellectual, and we can go with any of these, like if it's a new trademark type, blah, right? And these are based on the name of the file itself, right? Now, we can change that. So if I do this, I can go like this, and I can do something like this, type name. What I was explaining before. Right? And so now let's go back. And let's recreate the data structure again. Second. All right. Okay. So now, if we remember, we named them like different things. So we do something like properties dot human dot, and now we have this management and skilled labor, right? And this is a reference to this object's ID. So if I want to get this object itself, like this unskilled labor object, I could do something like var obj. It's going to be equal to the game data access get, and I believe its type is what? Is it hold on, there we go. Unskilled labor. And there we go. And that will get us the object from wherever it is. Right? And that's that. So there we go. Cool little system. But yeah, so now if I go here just to show that I have access, like I could go like obj dot description, right? We have access to its description. It should have an icon also. Yep. Well, everything that's in this class also is in this class. That's pretty neat. I think we can just do this in one line. I don't think it matters. All right. All right, so let's get rid of this. We've made some small progresses. Okay. So now let's make some. Yes. Well, I think actually we should probably pause. Where are we? Yeah, we've been at this for 4 hours. So let's give this a break. I'm going to take a break. I'm not sure if I've distilled any information out, but hopefully you found it at least entertaining, I guess. But yeah, the entire idea behind this is we're creating a data structure for this specific project, and I just took some boilerplate code that I had made for the tutorial just to get myself back into C Sharp and back into Unity. And now I'm just like fine tuning it for this specific project, right? And yeah, we just work things out. So also, this is a good journal for my teammate here in developing this project. So you can always come in and then just take a look and see like how things were done. So I want to try to keep these as short as possible. 4 hours, I think, is quote unquote short. I've gone 8 hours before on this stuff. Hopefully, again, this was a learning experience for someone who was watching this. And that's it, I think. I'd like to say if there's any questions, you can just leave them in the comments and I'll try to respond. I've responded to 100% of them so far. So, see, I don't, before I even begin here, I do not claim to be, oh wow, nothing was showing. Unity is awesome. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, we'll call it there.